All right, would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move the September 12th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 8.1, bylaw 20210, a bylaw to amend revised bylaw 19161, and item 9.1, intergovernmental update.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded that. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Madam Clerk, Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the August 29th, 2022 City Council meeting and the August 30th, 2022 City Council public hearing.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded that. Any additions or omissions to the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Oh, Councillor Stephen. Oh, okay, so no protocol items. Okay, select items for debate. Now, okay, here we go. Councillor Stevenson.
Okay. I'll select 9.1 and 9.2, please.
9.1. 9.2. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll select item 7.6, please.
7.6. And 7.7 needs to be selected as well. One is
Sure, I'll select 7.7.
7.7. Sorry, there you go. Councillor Cartmel?
I was going to take 7.7, that's fine.
7.7. Councillor Jansmore?
No.
Okay. All right. That's it.
I'll move all remaining items.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you read back to us what we have already approved?
Thank you. This morning, Council approved 2 requests to reschedule reports. Both of the following reports are coming to the October 3rd Council meeting. Jurisdictional scan of police funding, item 5.1 and 5.2, Edmonton Police Service revised funding formula and related policy. Council also approved the following reports. 7.1, Council calendar changes. 7.2, Waste Services Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment. 7.3, High Solid Anaerobic Digestion Facility. 7.4, Amendments to the Council Policy C618A, Councillors Budget and Expenses. And 7.5 from Executive Committee, Affordable Housing Investment Summer Grant Award. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Request to speak, none. Request for specific time on the agenda has been already approved as part of the agenda. Approval. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move second reading of bylaw 20210.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20210.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Votes. Any councillor inquiries? Seeing none, the reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. The request to reschedule, reports none. Now we are going into our first item on the agenda, which is the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission Phase 1 Service Plan. Implication, this was requisited from Executive Committee to Council. Okay. We have a delegation, right? All right. Are there any opening remarks after the Wednesday's discussion, or are we going to go directly into questions from Council? I know you provided us with a memo on Friday, right? So there was some additional information requested. Maybe you want to brief on that a bit, or any other opening remarks you may have.
I don't think we have any additional remarks.
Okay, that's fine.
We can go direct to questions.
Okay, all right. Two questions from Council on this. All right. I know Councillor Knack exempted this, so maybe I'll go to Councillor Knack first.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I was just going to move the recommendation, which is that that the City of Edmonton proceed to contribute to the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Service Commission Phase 1 Service Plan, and number 2, that the administration prepare an unfunded service package for the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission Phase 1 Service Plan, as outlined in the September 7th, 2022 City Ops Report for consideration during the 2023 through 2026 budget deliberations.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. We need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson seconded it, so we have a motion on the floor. You want to make a brief introduction, Councillor Knack?
I think we've talked a lot about it. I have more for closing remarks.
Okay.
And I had already had a round of questions at committee, so I'll wait for everyone else if I have any more questions.
No
I just don't want
problem.
to technically
Okay,
abuse it. So.
all right. So Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you. To recap why you're here with what I'm going to say is the overlay model is because of instruction from council the last time we discussed the Regional Transit Commission, correct? And that was a service hours contribution versus what is now, I'm going to say, a quasi-duplication of routes and services.
I think that's fair to say.
So it's a trade-off conversation, essentially.
Yep.
Okay, all right. And this is to the head of the Regional Transit Commission. One of the critiques I saw, and the voice of former Councillor Scott McKean echoes in my head, is about transit service to areas within the region that aren't included in this initial commission. And I think about, for instance, our First Nations, like Enoch, who are abutting the city, but who do not have either a transit service or right now sort of any kind of, or I think there are transit services, but not something scheduled like bus service. And I remember previous council had quite the conversation about that. So what can you tell me about bringing those partners to the table?
Thank you very much. So we certainly have been in discussions with a number of our non-participating municipalities in the metropolitan area, and those discussions are ongoing, particularly with regards to Parkland and Leduc County. And we've also had preliminary discussions with the administration at the Enoch First Nation. They have actually asked that our introduction discussions be deferred until the beginning or middle of October because of their recent elections, but we're certainly intending to follow through on that.
All right. So the potential for partnership is there. That's on a different timeline than our timeline today.
That is correct. We had originally reached out earlier this year, but because of their political election process, they asked to defer that discussion until October.
Thank you. The second question I had, I think we heard a lot of concern from our partners in labor that this was a step towards privatization, that there wouldn't be, I'm going to say, well, I don't want to suppose, but I think I've heard from you that the regional transit service will use some form of unionized labor in the service. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are. Essentially what we're planning to do for the first start for opening day is contract with the current operators, the current administrations, whether that's through a form of an agreement, service delivery agreement with Edmonton, whereby the current labor force would continue to be used. Certainly in the case of the labor force for some of the private sector operators, that labor force is unionized, and we're intending to continue to use that particular operator in the case of St. Albert, for example. So I think to answer your question, I continue to reassure that there is no intended desire to move away from the current arrangements.
Okay, that's helpful. And as a commission, you would be looking at your own agreements further into the operating model, correct? Because right now this is the coming together of several sort of transit services.
Absolutely correct. These are the initial stages. These are the early days. And at this point, the only way that we're going to be able to deliver an integrated package of services is by essentially employing the current mechanisms that are in place. Further on down the line, there will be further discussions as we start to acquire new assets, replacement assets, as we get into an expansion of the network, but those are discussions further down the road.
All right, thank you. I don't have much time left, so I'll leave my questions there.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So based on this motion on the floor, I did have a question about the unfunded point in point 2, because to me, I feel like today is really a decision point day. And so I guess my question to the commission is, if it's unfunded and then at budget we decide not to fund this, is that even a realistic thing? Like if we get to that point, to November, and say, actually, we're not going to fund it, what kind of harm can that cause?
I would suggest that would be a significant issue for our board to consider. I think the intent moving forward from today is to create an annual budget for 2023, assuming that the requisitions when they go out to the member municipalities will be honored. And so what we're preparing to do is to prepare an opening day service plan that's counting on that funding being in place. And so we're definitely anxious to get if I can call it a secure commitment. That's probably the best way to phrase it.
So then I have concerns about this motion. This was the recommendation in the report, so I guess to administration. Really, to me, it feels like most of our unfunded service packages seem to be then we can debate it in the context. But it does feel a little bit odd that we would be pre-committing today and then having to debate an unfunded, because we've talked about the harms to the region relationally. So I want to know why the recommendation for unfunded and the rationale there.
Yeah, I would say, Councillor, we're trying to be consistent with our budgeting process, much like we've recommended in the past, that we don't think it's the right thing to pre-decide things before budget. And I would say that I've spoken to my CAO colleagues who are in exactly a similar position, where they're not going to decide, because they all have budgets around the same time we do as well. So
I'd like to recognize that my time did not restart.
Yeah, can you start the time, please, Councillor? It's been 1 minute now, so.
And then, okay, I guess the question to the commission then is, with that knowledge, so I know that like a lot of other municipalities in the commission are looking to Edmonton's decision today. If Edmonton makes the decision today to go forward, but other municipalities decide not to go forward, what does that look like?
So we're having similar discussions with the other 7 municipalities. The core difference is that when we're in the discussions with the other 7 municipalities, the decision is not, the difference between what is currently being delivered today and the financial ask is not significantly different. So there is a pretty good understanding on the part of the other municipalities in terms of what the budgetary impact will be. And we're continuing to have the discussions with the CAOs, recognizing that this is all a package. and
Is that
all
is
8
that the
have to
case
move
for
forward.
Devon?
Certainly in the case of Devon, Devon is a brand-new service. Their situation is a little bit different than the other 7. You're absolutely correct. I will say that because Devon's service is an extension going out towards Devon, I think there is a potential for them to consider it a little bit differently. I think the thing that I would remind all 8 members is that there was a commitment made during the original signing of the memorandums of understanding and during the stand-up of the commission, and any action by any one member has a direct impact on the other 7 members.
Oh, absolutely. And you could argue that there was commitment from 13 municipalities at the business case too. So just, would you like to speak to that? Because I know the business case discussed that, I know we've lost, 5 of 13 in the process from where we were to where we are today. But really, there's a bigger elephant in the room, and that's that we've lost really one of 3 major players that provides 95% of the transit to the region.
Yeah, I think the difference that I would speak to is that while there were 13 that were involved in the initial study, it's really 8 members that made the commitment to each other to partner together to move forward with the creation of the commission. And since that partnership was created, that mutual agreement or that mutual impact of any actions of one really create an additional
Fair enough, but
impact
can I
on the
ask you
other
another
7.
question then?
Yeah.
With that creation of the commission, what were the knowns and unknowns? Because right now, for example, today, we're being asked as a decision point to make a commitment with a lot of unknowns. For example, we've heard many times through previous questionings of other councillors that's a decision, even with Councillor Hamilton's question, that there's further conversations to have and decision points down the road. So at what point do you say, okay, we can commit, but then as we get more information, you're saying that the commitment we have to hold, even if the information changes how it looks to the City of Edmonton? Can you speak to that?
Sure, I can. So there is a governance bylaw that is in place that governs the relationship between the 8 members, amongst other things. And while I'm not a legal professional, I think that there's certainly an opportunity for council to avail itself of legal direction to address some of those issues, some of those questions. There is a legal responsibility on the part of each member in relation to the other 7 members that created the commission.
I guess my question is, was the commitment to the next step, or was the commitment for the entire thing?
The commitment was to move forward through to phase 1.
but beyond phase one, there's no commitment, or do you still perceive that there's a commitment beyond phase one?
So as was discussed last week with regards to phase two, there have been a lot of discussions about changes to phase two. Phase two is something that certainly the commission, the board is well aware has it will require further discussion. So I think you heard our board chair last Wednesday.
So if we de
speak to
facto
that.
approve today, we're committing to, in perception, to phase two.
You're committing to phase one.
Okay, I'm getting that clear. Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to start by closing the loop on some of the questions that I was asking at committee last week. So the memo that we received outlines a possible annual savings of 2.7 million if ECS delivers the service on what would be the 2 overlay routes, Rapid 2, Regional Express 3. And I'm trying to understand, I guess, where those cost savings or where that cost difference comes from. My understanding is that we'd essentially be delivering the same service on those 2 routes at about half the cost. Can you walk me through that?
Sure. Primary savings are from a reduction in duplication. So the overlay routes are overlaid on top of some existing service, and in some cases, that's with LRT, and in some cases, that's with existing bus service on the 920X or the 120X. So that's primarily where the savings comes from.
Okay. Is it possible that there would be additional savings on top of that because of the yet to be finalized operational overhead?
Potentially. Yeah.
Because I recall just from committee, there was an estimate of, I think it was around 20%. And we'd be talking 20% on 5 million versus, if this potential change was made, that would be a lot less.
I think that might be a question for the commission and how the overhead costs will be allocated if there's a change.
Yeah, actually, I'll just direct that to Paul.
Thank you. So I would suggest that it's difficult to formulate whether there'd be additional or to identify whether there'd be additional operational cost savings. The costs of operating the commission are fairly well established. They are the costs of operating the staff, the office space, the various tools that need to be put in place. So those pooled costs that we spoke about during the last meeting, I wouldn't foresee that there would be a significant reduction in those pooled costs. That would be something we could look at, but I wouldn't anticipate at this point that there would be a lot that we can identify.
Okay, and can you remind me how those pooled costs would be distributed?
So just to remind all of council, there's one mechanism that's prescribed in the governance bylaw. That mechanism has 2 parts. One is through a fixed fee allocated to each one of the 8-member municipalities. The other one is a per capita cost, and the decisions around the relative proportions associated with each one of those 2 elements are the decisions that the board will be asked to consider and implement as part of the next budget process.
So those would not be weighted based on cost allocation? Or could they be? That's yet to be determined?
I know that the governance bylaw is pretty well sets in stone, the mechanism that is to be used for those costs, and they relate to those 2, or they need to be covered using those 2 elements.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. So I guess ignoring the potential uncertainty related to that piece, there still would be the $2.7 million savings built into that efficiency by ETS handling Rapid 2 and Regional Express 3 by increasing service on, I guess it would be 920X and 120X. That is correct. Okay, great, thank you. And sorry, can you remind me of Edmonton's current weighted cost allocation as is and what that would change to if we were to switch over those 2 routes? That might just take a minute. Sure. I can loop back. I'll end it there and loop back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. Really appreciate Councillor Hamilton's question about integration with the First Nations communities. So really pleased to hear that that work is underway. Just want to follow up on a topic that came up last week as well, just around the direct airport connection. So recognizing that the Commission, that wouldn't necessarily be day one service. Just wondering if our administration has a ballpark sense of what the cost might be for ETS to run that direct connection day one.
Just pulling that up.
Apologies. I can pivot to another question actually. Going back to the phase one and the phase two, just from my understanding, is Edmonton the only participant that sort of has that two-step process? Everyone else is sort of a full upload at phase one?
That is correct.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think I came into this with the mindset as well that like, oh, can't ETS just run the regional service, but not appreciating that those individual municipalities would be giving up their full autonomy over the local service as well. So that's a really helpful clarification for me that came up last week. Maybe just while I have you, Paul, just wondering about the evaluation as well. So again, I think sometimes you have to build things for people to come. Forecasting only takes us so far. So presumably over the next few years after this gets up and running, we're going to be learning a lot, adjusting a lot. What sort of mechanisms do we have for an evaluation framework and reporting back?
So what we anticipate is by relying on the ARC system that is being put in place, we will be benefiting just as all of the transit agencies, including ETS, would benefit otherwise from an awful lot of new data. And from that data, we will have a clear understanding of where people are coming from, where they are going to, what the demands might be. And using that data, I am sure we'll be making adjustments to our service proposals on a yearly basis, if not more frequently, providing that budgets allow for that. And certainly what we would entail to do is to report to all of our member municipalities the data itself and to share with the municipalities a lot of that background.
Great. And maybe two, just maybe methods for reaching out to people who aren't taking the transit, what they might need to be encouraged to come on, but also just what are the key evaluation frameworks? So there's usership, just wondering if there's other things that you're considering.
Well, certainly ridership and the financial ability to follow through with increases in service. Those will be the two primary considerations as we move forward. Those are really the two needs that drive transit consideration, transit service consideration, and also looking at what might be some of the demographic issues around future ridership. Is there a greater need for one particular segment of the population, and can we serve that segment in a little better way? One of the things that we've already done is we've sat down with the ETS advisory board, and what we would propose to do is to develop a more robust kind of consultative mechanism with the resident groups, the citizen groups of all 8 of our member municipalities to help identify opportunities for the future.
Perfect. I really appreciate hearing that. Back over to you, Mr. Friend.
Yeah, we had the Downtown Airport Express estimated around 2.1 million, and that's compared to the current 747, which are around 1.1 as a cost.
Okay, and we will no longer be running the 747, is that correct?
In the phase one plan, that will transition to the commission.
So does that mean that we have 1.1 million to potentially commit to a direct downtown airport connection?
No, I don't think so, because we would still be contributing to the route via the commission, and then the dedicated fleet and operators as a service delivery agent for that route would still be in place, is our understanding, with the commission. So they would be contracting us to continue to deliver the new airport route. So in terms of access to the fleet and the operators, like the funding we have dedicated to that, which we recover, that part is being maintained, if that makes any sense. So we're not freeing it up for repurposing.
Yeah, no, that does. Thank you. I'll just reflect on that a bit further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Ms. Houghton McDonald, you had mentioned at committee that we're kind of in a catch-22 as far as some of the unknowns. If we delay the decision point until budget, does that give you more time to, I mean, things like the forecasting, the ridership, the fares, the different routes?
So I think the challenge is we don't have a total costing. So that's part of the rationale why it's unfunded, because we don't have the confirmed final kind of financial impact for council to consider. We'll have that in November once the board has completed their budget process. So the challenge is they need an indication from us to inform their budget, but we need their output to inform our budget. So the two are kind of happening at the same time and relying on each other, which makes it a bit difficult. We will absolutely have more information as we get closer to November, December than what we have today. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, and again, committing us, I guess, just to the phase one is kind of concerning. I'm also concerned that we seem to have a regional system that is working. What are the other partners? You said you've met again with Parkland and Leduc County. What about Strathcona County?
So I've met with the Council of Strathcona County as well. They indicated great interest in coming to an agreement with the EMTSC to look at better integrating the service offerings of those serving the 8-member municipalities with Strathcona County. That is a discussion that is ongoing, and we'll continue to refine that approach as we move forward. I know that the board remains hopeful that we create the conditions whereby in the future Strathcona County and other non-member municipalities will agree to come in and be served by one commission serving the entire metropolitan region.
Okay, but at this time, they're not considering coming into the fold again?
No, I think it's a little early in the discussions to be suggesting a revisiting of that original decision, at least I'd hate to speak for them, but that's certainly the nature of the discussion that we've had to this point.
You're not getting that sense from them, it's more just integration?
It's been more positive than I think it was a few years back. They are looking to explore ways that we can move forward together.
Okay. You'd also mentioned, talking about using the current labor force in a unionized environment. How long would you anticipate that? Like, would you be signing like lengthy contracts with them, with the operators, or?
So at this point, our agreement would be with the City of Edmonton in this case. The City of Edmonton is the signatory to the labor agreement that exists between their labor force, the collective bargaining agreement. We would be relying on that collective bargaining agreement as part of the original service agreement.
Okay, and then so when that would come up for renegotiation, the existing collective agreement, or would it be a separate collective agreement?
Well, at this point, what we're envisioning is an agreement with the City of Edmonton, and I don't know if the city manager is better positioned to speak to that as to how that might evolve in the future. I think that the City of Edmonton is one of the two signatories to that agreement, and that would continue, I would suspect.
I think we're mixing up two concepts. So the collective bargaining agreement is between the City of Edmonton and our unions. That'll be ongoing. The contract agreement with the commission is as a service delivery provider. So that would go through a procurement process, and then we would staff it with our workforce, which is a unionized workforce. The length of that procurement process and how long the contract is, that just hasn't been established yet. We would have to go through the procurement process and then confirm it. As an example, with our on-demand provider, we have a 2-year contract because that was the funding arrangement with options to continue. So it's probably going to follow something similar with an initial with renewal, optional additional years added to it, as an example.
Okay, so it will be independent of our regular agreement with ATU?
Yeah, the collective bargaining agreement governs how we as the employer work with our staff who are represented by ATU. They would then be employed in providing the service to the commission through the City of Edmonton and ETS as the provider.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. And I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. It's great to hear that governance by law and legal responsibility to ensure our commitment to phase one and for that financial accountability. So my first question is about, do we have the comprehensive service and leadership performance measurement framework in place, specific for phase one?
So the ridership data that we are collecting is from the current operators. We are relying on the current ridership data that exists in many of those corridors. That current ridership is probably best addressed by the administration here in Edmonton. I'll be frank, we have not developed, we have not invested in significant new modeling capacity. We've kept our initial investments very small.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you here, and then I want to clarify my question again. So specific this performance measurement framework to ensure we collect the phase one ridership data, and also to ensure we measure the services we provided from two different ways. And then by that way, and we will have the comprehensive data and measurement and evaluation methodology in place to ensure or to justify the services, the cost, and we provide in phase one. So that is something I would like to say, and before we invest the money in. So that is my question.
So we too are looking forward to getting good data with regards to ridership, and I do think that the investment that all of the member municipalities have made in the ARC system is where we're looking to get a lot of that ridership data that will allow us to evaluate whether the services that we're providing are really serving the public the best way that they can, whether adjustments need to be made, whether we need to consider providing to the board some new adjustments and some new recommendations. But really, the data from the ARC card implementation is going to be key to all of that.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, that is I'm looking forward for that. And specifically, and then if unfunded package come to our budget deliberation, is that possible? And we have this service and ridership performance measurement framework in place, and for our to concert that budget contribution. And I think by that way, and we will ensure our investment and will meet the outcome we would like to achieve. So that is something I'm looking for.
So on our side for submitting,
Yeah.
if directed to submit it, we would
Yeah.
work with the commission to take their inputs about that piece and share it with you.
Okay,
for
sure. So
consideration.
you don't need any like motion direction. You
No,
can just
that's okay.
put that piece and performance measures piece, and from two angles, and the services angle we provided, and also from ridership and experience and usage perspective.
So we will share it
Yeah.
through the commission. It's the commission's plan that we will
Okay.
include.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. And so the next question, actually, I'm asking on behalf of my constituents. And there's 3 roads, and we choose the government center as a hub, like transit hub, and in downtown. So the reason is why we choose that.
So we have focused on the downtown, the government center hub. Through our discussions with the administration, we've come to understand that there is that's the one location where there does seem to be some residual capacity in order to provide an interface for the various services coming together. We originally looked at the terminal at the bottom of the CN Tower, and we've been advised in those discussions that there's very little spare capacity at that location. So while we will be having stops in the vicinity of that existing terminal, what we've identified is that government center terminal does seem to be the best best spot geographically and from a current capacity standpoint. We recognize that there is additional
Okay.
work that needs to be done at that terminal.
Yes, and specifically that is just the 3 out of 11 routes we provided for that terminal hub. Okay. Okay, that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm curious about the staffing at the commission. How many FTE work there?
So right now, I believe we've got 7 permanent FTE, and we've got 3 contract, I think it is.
Right, and so would that be the contemplation of the staff for current? If we go to phase 1, would additional staff be needed?
So there would be some additional staff that we're anticipating that we would have to bring on board, for example, to answer the types or develop the type of information to answer the types of questions that are being raised today. That staff would be a combination of staff that would be transitioning or moving from the existing municipalities, the existing municipal services, as well as potentially a few new staff. One of the challenges, I will be completely blunt, has been in terms of attracting staff at this point, given the uncertainty that continues to exist and resulting from many of the discussions that we've had here in this room.
Yeah.
It's been really difficult to move forward.
So potentially we're at 7 FTE now, if and then contract. And if we are to go full phase 1, we'll need to go higher, maybe 10 or 12 or 20. What are we?
I don't have the exact number.
We'll say
think,
a greater, number,
I think the original business case suggested something in the order of 15.
Okay, and then so and what's the total operating cost for the commission? Was it 2 million or?
So the total operating cost for year 1 is anticipated to be in the order of $31 to $35 million. The pooled costs that we've talked about are in the order of about $5 million.
Sorry, I
$5
was thinking this staff budget. But yeah, I'm running out of time there. If I can ask Ms. Hott McDonald, so I had requested if we were to take the additional 7.2 million and put it into ETS. There would be a contemplation of different route growth or opportunities there. Are you able to speak to that information that was in the memo?
Yeah, sure thing. So we would absolutely be able to invest it. So it equals about 1,253 service hours per week. We have our transit service standards policy that council approved, gives us all the criteria for how to use it. We know that we would look at supporting corridors and developed areas. We would absolutely increase off-peak service, including weekends. We would potentially add bus service for neighborhoods that, and this is a good news story, they've met the threshold for big bus service in our on-demand zones. So that enables us to either redeploy those on-demand hours, or we can achieve some savings and transition some of those neighborhoods into actual bus service.
So in theory, that would take cars off the road, help people move faster, and for somebody who's driving in from Beaumont or Leduc, take traffic off the road and make their commute easier too.
I think in theory, any type of growth in transit service, that's the objective, for sure.
Right. Okay. I was just wondering about, so I'm thinking of the 580 to Fort Saskatchewan. You can get on at Clairview, go to Fort Saskatchewan, but it doesn't have weekend service. Now, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, was that just a summer schedule, or is weekend service restored during the entire year?
We respond to the needs as the community reaches out, and I'll double check, but I'm reasonably certain it's just 5 days a week service.
Okay, thank you. So, I think in the interest of time, I'll save the rest of my comments for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I am really interested in exploring the most cost-effective way of implementing phase 1 of regional transit service. So because money is going to be very tight, I'm concerned about duplication. So what can we do to reduce that duplication? If we were going to pay twice on the same route, running 2 buses, 1 peak service, and some overlay service on these roads that are still within the city, right? So what would the process be?
So I think, and the question that was asked about our 920X, 120X service, which runs parallel to 2 of the routes proposed, that's the opportunity, is we could add some extra service to those two routes, so adding the weekend and off-peak service. It would lower the cost because we're not having
Yeah.
to recreate the basic route that's already there.
Yeah.
So that would be your opportunity, I would think.
Because the whole premise of the commission was to reduce duplications, and here we are creating duplications at a time when budget is so tight and we have so many other needs for transit within the city.
I would say the idea was to add these as a layer.
Yeah.
And if we were to direct the investment into the ETS network, we would kind of implement the service standards that council approved for our network. So
Yeah,
it's a
but
little
if it's
bit
going to
different.
cost us, say, 2.7 million or $2 million less,
Yes,
we can deploy those resources in other communities to improve transit service,
that is the opportunity.
if the will of the council.
If it's the will of council.
We also heard anxiety from workers about privatization, whether it's real or perceived. And commission has a lot of work to do on implementation of phase one if it's approved, and they would have a lot of other partners to convince to bring them on board. Wouldn't it be wise for us to put a pause on phase two and say, we're going to put a pause, let commission do a good job of phase one, let them convince other 5 partners to bring them on board, and if they're able to demonstrate value for money, maybe we will consider that at that time.
I don't want to underestimate the amount of anxiety and worry that the staff have.
Yeah.
And I think you heard from speakers that illustrated that. Ultimately, it's council's decision and direction to give.
Yeah.
But if the question is, how are staff feeling? They are very, very, very worried about this.
And I hear that not just from the union, and those who made presentation, I hear out in the community when out at the events, whenever I interact with the transit operators, there's a real worry that their jobs will be privatized, perceived or real, I don't know, but they feel that anxious. So I would look forward to some sort of certainty that their local service will remain within ETS
And
for
just-
foreseeable future.
Just to clarify, the anxiety is not just about the potential for privatization. There's anxiety about the consideration of no longer being a direct City of Edmonton
Yes.
employee.
Yes.
Just
yes.
for context.
Yes, yeah, of course.
There's a
That's
couple
part
of
of
layers.
Yeah, that's part of their understanding of privatization,
Yes.
that they will not be working for the city anymore. So I will look forward to if there's any consideration from council members on those 2 areas. Otherwise, I will consider bringing forward something, right? Because I think we need to give it. My other question is, I want to make sure that commission and our administration and council have a same understanding of unfunded service packages. Our understanding is that whenever we put forward unfunded service package, there's no certainty that they'll be approved during council process. What I hear from the commission is that you want some certainty and predictability for phase one. So I just want to make sure that you're clear that it is unfunded means it may not be funded or may be funded during budget process. I just want to make sure you have that clarity in your mind. So we want to be transparent, right? And I think if you have that understanding too. That's not what I understand. You understand how that. Yeah.
I will say, and I will repeat what I said a little bit earlier, I think with lack of understanding about the commitment, it's going to be extremely difficult for our board to consider an opening day budget.
So this motion does not give you certainty.
And so I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, this motion does not give you that predictability, right? Because it will be part of budget discussion. Okay, all right, I'm out of time and I'll take the chair back.
Would you like to move a second round?
Oh, yes, I will move the second round. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Please vote.
Second.
Now you can vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. And that is carried, and I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Okay, let's see, was Councillor Knack first up, right? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just a few questions, and I appreciate some of the conversation around the 920X and 120X, and I just want to double check the The reason we have what's before us today, I think Councillor Hamilton asked this at the beginning, is that council gave direction not to reallocate hours. Council didn't want to essentially only have the commission. There was a fear that there was going to be a loss of service for Edmontonians, so the direction was given to have an overlay service, right? That was us making that decision.
That is correct, and I would just say the design of the route is a bit different than our service standards.
Exactly.
Designed for the 920-120.
Longer stops, things like that. So that's a factor in that decision. That's part of why we did that. And this goes back to the question in committee, but maybe just wanted to make sure I'm correct on it, is that if we went forward with those routes through the commission, we could, pending a discussion around service standards, potentially reallocate the hours that are being used for the 920X and 120X to other parts of the city. So you could still enhance service, but we'd have to be willing to have that conversation around, are we okay with longer stops along those routes, as an example?
It wouldn't meet our service standards for the local network. So it would be essentially saying part of the ETS local network will no longer include those two routes.
Yeah.
The service provided by the commission for those two routes, again, it's a different type of service, so it wouldn't meet the
It's more
same
like a
needs.
BRT style service than ours, which, I mean, it's not.
It's a baby step.
It's a
just like
baby
our
BRT.
express
Yeah.
routes are.
Exactly.
They're baby steps.
Exactly, and that's part of why we had this conversation about whether we should reallocate hours versus having an overlay. So that's the struggle that we have. If we want the exact same local service, which wouldn't be as quick because it's stopping more frequently, we can continue with that, but then we miss out on BRT routes, sort of baby BRT routes at the beginning of that, because we made a motion about those conversations as well. We would be, as part of budget, discussing B1 and B2, which run along these.
So portions of these routes relate to B1, B2, but not entirely. And we do
Correct.
have work underway around bus rapid transit and what capital requirements look like in order to set that up.
Absolutely. Okay, good. And again, just maybe closing the loop on this, but we'd heard, we were copied on a press release from the Transit Union today that said, a comment that said that this will reduce service standards. And again, unless we reallocate hours, go under the original plan, any addition of hours, this plan gives more service in the city of Edmonton. We could debate whether this is the best value for money, but there's actually more net hours that will be operating in the city, correct?
So I can't speak for my union partner, but
No,
I'll
I
say-
wouldn't actually, but I just want to.
Yeah, it's a different level of service. It's not a local service, ETS service standards routing.
Correct.
Is what I would say.
But there are more hours that will be operating in the city of Edmonton under this.
That was the intent of overlay routes on top
Correct.
of the local network.
Yeah, so assuming we stick with the overlay route, again, I'm not asking you to speak for the union, it's just I read that line and I thought that was surprising to me because the overlay route actually adds a net hours to Edmonton, which means there'd be a net gain for Edmontonians.
My guesstimate is perhaps they are thinking of the service standards for the local network relative to these
Sure.
routes, perhaps, but
Yeah,
again,
and again, I'm not asking you, I just want to, no problem.
I can't read Steve's
No
mind.
problem. No, it was more just getting clarity that more hours actually means more service at a different standard, but that's the key there. I have another question. This might be to Ms. McCabe, actually, and this will sound like an odd question, but I want to ask a little bit about EMRB, Edmonton Global. These are entities that exist that we contribute to. There is, essentially we pay an overhead cost for those organizations and structures. There's voting systems in place. How do those work and compare to what we're talking about here? I mean, I think from Global's perspective in EMRB, we're paying an annual fee to be a part of those organizations. They do some overlapping work, but it's done in a regional sense. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Knack, and what I would say is the reason for those contributions are because the city believes that when we work together across the region that we are collectively better in Metro Edmonton as a result, and that we get better outcomes for Edmontonians as a result of that collective work.
Yeah, and so there's some joint plan, which, I was thinking about that, and I'm going to be out of time, so I'll save it. Thank you.
And if I might add in 13 seconds, it is about more efficient land use. It is about more efficient service delivery. And I would say it's also about achieving some of the environmental goals through the city plan and the land use goals through the city plan collectively.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So just wanted to follow up on the question I asked last time around our current weighting for the cost allocation and what that would potentially change to if those two routes were removed.
Did a bit of quick calculations. I think one thing to note is that in the governance bylaw of the commission, the weighted cost allocation is based on the full budget of the commission and then what each municipality contributes. So we can't quite answer that until the commission develops their budget in October, and we'll know more in November. Though I can say that that piece with removing the 920X and 120X would bring the direct service contribution down from the range around 40% to around 10 to 15% of the direct costs of the routes. But that is not the same as the weighted cost allocation.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I am going to move an amendment. Let me just grab the wording. So I'd like to move that we add after Part 2, CO01179, excluding the Rapid 2 and Regional Express 3 routes, and add Part 3, that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2023-2026 budget deliberations for the Edmonton Transit Service Branch to increase service levels on the ETS network routes 920X and 120X. And can I introduce that?
Yeah, then we need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford, second that. Can you make the introduction now, please, Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I really appreciate all the answers to my very repetitive questions. So thank you to everyone for that. And I think, the intention behind this is ultimately to help us continue moving forward with regional transit and to move forward towards phase 1 in the way that is the most cost efficient and cost effective as possible. So, we've learned that we can essentially deliver the same service on these particular routes for half the cost, which would result in around $2.7 million annually in operational efficiencies. Service levels and service standards would be up to ETS's standards, while we still don't have certainty as to what those standards would be under the commission. I think these two routes themselves are really excellent candidates for increasing service in and of themselves. Adding weekend service, adding off-peak service makes a lot of sense. And I'll be honest, I'm sensing some hesitancy from some colleagues about regional transit in general, and I think that the intention here is, again, continue moving us forward in a productive, collaborative way on the regional front, but doing so in a way that is really measured, really intentional, and really in tune with the financial situation that we're currently in as a city and the budgetary constraints that we're going to be facing. And I would also just add, my understanding is that this is not going to result in a loss of service, but because we would be subsequently increasing service standards on these two routes to match what is proposed by the Commission. I know there were some concerns raised around single-seat journeys, but looking at these two particular routes, I don't see that as a very valid concern, recognizing that Route 120X essentially ends at Eau Claire. I don't see any regional routes plugging into that, ends at Government Center, and that the other route, 920X, where it ends at Lewis Farms, there would be connectivity from Devon, but Devon service hours, I think, are only, let me just double check, 24 service hours per week, whereas Rapid 2 would be 285 service hours per week. So that's a pretty big difference. So only like 10% of journeys could possibly be single-seat journeys on that particular route. So happy to discuss, happy to take any questions, but really appreciate the opportunity to put this forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So we have amendment on the floor. Now I would ask council members if they have questions on the amendment that we are considering. Councillor Stevenson, questions on the amendment? No. Councillor Rutherford, questions on the amendment?
I will ask one question to the commission. Thoughts, reaction, quandaries?
So I guess my initial thought is that the other 7 members municipal members of the commission are likely to be extremely disappointed. That the end result of that motion would effectively eliminate any substantial contribution from the City of Edmonton in terms of service to the creation of the opening day service plan. I would, not wanting to speak for the board, but certainly in terms of my discussions with the administrations from the other 7 municipalities, I would be, I shouldn't speak for them, but I would expect that this would cause extreme consternation. It's taken a long time to get to a balanced opening day service plan that we've brought forward today, with the reduction of about 65 to 70% of the original committed contribution from the City of Edmonton. It's taken a long time to get to the point where the other 7 members understand that. They're not necessarily happy about the service plan as it stands. With the amendment that's being proposed today, I would suggest that there is going to be a lot of anxiety about whether or not this plan should even move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to give you that opportunity. I would like to move that we go into private, subject to sections 21, 24, and 27.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. We have a motion to go into private. Any questions? Okay, please vote.
The vote's just going to come out in about 2 seconds. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, could you possibly give us 3 or 4 minutes?
As a second to
Yeah.
let the
Actually get
doors
into public.
open.
Yeah, can we do this later? I'll
Sure.
just get it fixed up, and
Yeah.
then just before the recess, maybe we could do this?
Yep,
I'll print
okay,
it out.
sounds good.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. So yeah, so we'll take a 3-minute, the mayor is back, but we'll take a 3-minute recess while the delegation comes back into chambers.
That's okay, and we've got that draft. Yeah, we're good to go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. I'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Here.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador, Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so Madam Clerk, we have a motion on 9.2.
Yes, that's correct.
So I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes. Sorry, is that is?
Yes.
It's in the chat, and I'm happy to read it out if
Great.
that's helpful.
No, happy to as well. So, that the Edmonton Police Commission candidate shortlist, as set out in Table 1 of the revised Attachment 1 of the September 12, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01437, be approved. That administration complete the additional action as outlined in revised Attachment 1 of the September 12, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 1437, be approved and returned to City Council. That the Edmonton Police Commission draft interview questions as set out in revised Attachment 4 of the September 12, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 0137, be approved. And that the orders of the day for the October 19th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting be changed to adjourn at 6 p.m. And that the September 12, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01437, remain private pursuant to Section 17, disclosure is harmful to personal privacy, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Steven. Councillor Councillor Hamilton.
that.
Councillor Hamilton seconded it. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
And Mr. Mayor, could I also?
Just display the votes. That is carried. You want to do the replacement, or you
Yes,
have
Miss-
that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, happy to move for a replacement page on item 7.5.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded that. Please vote.
It was just a report up from Executive Committee. We were just missing part of the bottom committee report. It's a clerical error, but I'd like council's direction to add it, please.
Yeah.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are back on our first item, 7.6, right? I'll go to, actually, there was a list of speakers, but I'm going to go to Councillor Salvador first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move to withdraw.
Okay, moving to withdraw your motion.
The amendment?
Amendment, sorry.
Sorry,
Yep,
the
yep.
amendment. Correct.
Okay, is everyone okay with it? Everyone feels okay, the amendment is withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And do you have questions? Or, okay, Councillor Wright, you have questions?
I just have one in relation to the first part of the original motion. Can we add in the word only? So our commitment is only for phase one? And
Sorry, are we dealing with the request to withdraw the amendment by Councillor Salvador?
no, I'm
We already
sorry.
dealt with that.
Okay, sorry.
We dealt with withdrawal. Yes, yeah, we did, yeah. Okay, now we are Councillor Wright to, you have an amendment, because won't be friendly,
No?
no? Guess
One word?
Right, so if you're willing to, if you want to make an amendment, then you're willing to do so, but I don't think it'll be friendly.
Okay, and then, then my other option is, can we split this?
Yes, we can, definitely, for voting purposes, we can split it.
Okay,
We are, Madam Clerk, we are able to do so, or that is a challenge?
I'm not sure how we could split this, but I'd like to just check with this city administration.
Okay, please do. Joanne? Sorry, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would just before you decide if you to rule on that, I would just ask that administration clearly outline the impact of splitting those.
Okay,
And then
please
you'll be
do.
in a better position to make a
Okay,
decision.
please do.
So the intent was they're connected.
Okay,
If they're separated, what it would mean is if part one was supported, part two wasn't supported, our interpretation is that today's contribution to a regional route, which is the airport route, is already built into our budget, that would signify the contribution in the absence of having part two, which is the kind of full contribution that's being requested and contemplated.
okay, so they are intertwined, interconnected.
The
Okay.
intent was they're
Yeah,
intertwined.
got it. Okay, then we cannot split it. So we have to vote either way on it. So, okay.
So my concern was, how can we provide support without knowing our full financial obligation? And also, I think there was also some question raised, or that maybe a memorandum of understanding or something was going to be also provided to clarify that this would only be a commitment for phase one?
Yeah, Councillor, it's very clear to us that this is a commitment for phase one, because that's all that has ever been contemplated in this. And then I would say on the financial, that's a reason why it's an unfunded package, because we expect to have the finer details that we don't have today, we will have, and be able to show to council when we come back with the unfunded package as part of budget.
Okay, I just hesitate making the commitment without knowing the financial impact. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Oh, no.
No? Okay, so that concludes the questions on this item. We have a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Knack and seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Now we'll go to Councillor Paquette to speak, or you have questions?
To speak, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, to speak, so please, this concludes the questions, no more questions on this. Now we are going into speaking. All right, so please sign up. And Councillor Salvador, Councillor Wright to speak?
Sure, if I
Go
can
ahead.
do so?
Go ahead.
All right. So I don't feel at this time that I can support the full motion as presented until we do get that more detailed information on the costs moving forward, not just for phase two, but for the initial phase one as well. And I recognize that the City of Edmonton needs to be sort of a leadership municipality within the regional aspect. But I think there's other ways that maybe we can show that commitment to the region as well, whether it is through other forms of economic development or different land use and that. So at this point, I would love to show that leadership, but right now I think we need to know what our financial commitment is before we do that. So I will be voting in opposition for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Salvador?
Sure, thank you. I'll just start by saying that I have consistently been supportive of regional transit, and I believe that if it's done right, absolutely it will strengthen our economy, attract and retain talent, and make us a more competitive region. That said, I did have some ideas for tweaking the plan that I felt that would ultimately deliver the same service more efficiently with additional cost savings and less duplication, and hopefully would have brought more folks on board with regional transit. However, I'm hearing that any change would ultimately further delay collaboration and prevent us from moving forward in a productive manner together, not just on transit either, but on other major files that demand regional collaboration. I think this degree of scrutiny and oversight is important and expected by Edmontonians, so I really want to thank my colleagues for the discussion today. I also just want to speak more generally and say that, you know, we've chronically underinvested in public transit for many years, and I would like to see a substantial increase across the board. I think that BNR asked city staff to do more and better with essentially the same budget, and we're now in a position where we need to be looking at how we can enhance service for all Edmontonians. So I'm really looking forward to how we can continue that conversation going into budget. But when it comes to the decision in front of us today, I will be supporting this motion. And when it comes to regional transit and local service, I think it needs to be a both-and conversation. So, like I said, I'll be supporting this and looking forward to talking about how we can continue to deliver high-quality service for all Edmontonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to support this, but I don't. The reason I don't is because I don't see a clear path here. We don't have ridership numbers as a projection. We have no idea who is going to use this, with what frequency, and that's a concern for me. I cannot go back to my residents right now and tell them clearly, here's the return on investment, which I can do with the transit that we control under ETS. I absolutely understand the regional play here, and that's the thing that would tip me, if anything would, and that's that we need regional cooperation in the long term. We absolutely do. If this is the linchpin for that, I'm actually deeply concerned about the stability of regional cooperation going forward, if this is the make or break. And that also concerns me quite a bit. There are considerations about having one united voice when it comes to transportation in the region, and what that voice can do with advocating with the provincial government on where investments go and what they look like over the next 5, 10, 20, and 40 years. Does this get us there? Conceptually, yes. But practically, I have not seen that yet. And perhaps the argument would be, just let this go forward and it will start to emerge. Problems we're dealing with funding something that for me has too many questions. Other people may have all of their questions answered here. So this is, you know, it's just from my perspective. There's been a lot of work put into this. And so there's also the aspect of the sunk cost fallacy, but maybe it's not a fallacy at all. Maybe the work is beneficial. But I'm really struggling to see how, on a fiscal level, funding this commission makes more sense than an intergovernmental cooperation between members of the region. And the only thing I can see that holds that up is that the region may not want to have their eggs in the Edmonton basket without more of a say in their perception about what happens, and that this commission gives them a little bit more surety. And that's an argument I can understand. But it's really hard for me to go back to my community right now and say we are putting more money to regional transit than we're putting into local transit. We are not giving you extra routes. And I've got a community that has zero transit. I've got a community that has one transit stop. A large community, Evergreen community, has one transit stop on the very south edge of the entire community. And this is a key demographic for transit use. And the argument could be, well, it's not either or, it's both and, except it hasn't been both and. And I haven't seen anything that would change that. And maybe someone's got something up their sleeve. That could be, but it still doesn't make this, to me, look like a good fiscal bet at the moment. It could be, but there are way too many unanswered questions for me at present. And so at present, I can't support this. If it came forward another time with those questions answered, that it might be a different equation for me. But as such, I personally cannot support this on behalf of my residents because there are too many questions they'll have about the value of this for them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I have struggled with this decision since day one of conversations about the Regional Metro Transit Commission. I think what's really important, though, is to look at where we are today. We really have to look at our past. And I think that we need to look at the divergence that we're seeing from the original business case. We're no longer focusing on efficiencies. We're incurring indirect costs that were not originally contemplated. We're incurring debt repayment that was not originally contemplated. Not all 13 municipalities that were originally involved in that original business case are still involved. And we've lost one of the biggest ones, Strathcona County, that make up 95% of the transit in the region. This business case and this work was pre-bus network redesign, pre-pandemic and pre-city plan. So we are in a very different context today. But that being said, I also really harken back to the Be Ready or Be Left Behind report that came out in 2016. And I do think that many of the things that it talks about are still very much relevant today. Regional collaboration isn't an option, it's an imperative, is what that document talks about. And that is absolutely true. We are stronger together than we are divided. We are stronger when we work in unison and as partners than we are trying to vie for everything on our own. That being said, as somebody that's worked in community building and in collaboration sphere my whole career, collaboration needs to be mutual and there needs to be give and take. But what I've been seeing in the last little while is not true, authentic collaboration. And I don't know how to square that because I want to support regional work. I want to support many of the other initiatives we want, but also regional transit. I think there's a major benefit as a region. And that being said, this is still the seat that I'm in as a city council rep, looking at how do we get there? And I really like what Councillor Paquette said. If this relationship is as fragile as it's appearing to be on many fronts, that's concerning. That is concerning, and I don't think that the decision today will change that fragility, quite frankly. I think there's some bigger issues that we need to work on as a region if that is the case. I will support the motion on the floor today because I want to show the region that I am personally committed to the collaboration. But I want to also be very clear that that second part of the motion is an unfunded service package that will be debated as part of the council budget. And depending on what that number comes back as, and depending on what other competing priorities we have for operational dollars, I am not going to commit today to actually funding this at budget time. So I want that to be a clear message too, that this is not a decision today to support. I will support the first part of the motion and proceeding with our administration helping to get phase 1 up and going. I will support entertaining and debating in part of budget process a service package. And I support regional work. But this is not, we're in a situation that's very difficult right now because I don't think that this is the ideal structure, governance, or setup, but it is what we have today. And so with that, I will support it. But please do hear me, Mr. Forgetting the name, sorry. But please do hear that it is a process we have to go through with this unfunded service package. So I want that to be clear. And I hope that the board hears that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. For Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Recently a colleague shared a paper with me from 2021 published by the U of A looking at direct greenhouse gas emissions. And not surprisingly, the biggest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions are in developing neighborhoods, which make up much of my ward. That also borders several neighboring municipalities, where one of the greatest challenges that we see day in, day out in my office is connected and accessible transit. And on top of that, Ward Gaiehio has the highest number of Savita housing, which, as we've heard from one of the speakers from Poverty Edmonton, who advocated for greater mobility for people living in poverty, is that the provincial regulation will kick in that actually disincentivizes people from owning a car. So we also have a significant number of people who have no choice but to rely on transit. And of course, the proximity to Beaumont, to the regional municipalities and the industrial sectors, including the airport, I think requires greater mobility for all of us to succeed. And of course, I'm interested in better services for Gaiehio residents. But right now what I see is that with the number of service changes we've had, a train that still hasn't started, the status quo is alienating a critical base of supporters, many of whom have no other choice. And to the city as a whole, I'm heartened by a lot of people who came out. But I thought it was interesting that we heard from one of the biggest user groups, students, that the status quo is not cutting it, even though some of the operators were insisting that they are. But that's very inconsistent from what we're hearing from end users, and their voice I felt was not enough. And the other thing I want to flag that wasn't shared during the public speaking, but shared with me afterwards, is that universities right now are focusing on integrated work and learning, which means co-op and practicum opportunities need to open up in the region for students, in particular international students who have to compete against students from other universities within the city for jobs. And I think that's important for attracting and retaining talent, which we talk about a lot. So 3 factors that have gone into my decision. Number 1 is governance. This commission, as it is imperfect, we know that, and we're not the only municipality that have questions and concerns, but it's critical for and it needs Edmonton's leadership to make it better. And as a council, not only do we have representation on the board, we can also use our scale and power to make the commission better. And there's also the issue of representation, and I certainly think there's a lot to be changed there, especially voices from people who have lived experience of transit use. Second factor for me is the big picture for the region, as already been brought up. This whole conversation to me is more than just efficient service delivery. I think the real issue is bringing that regional vision to life, and public transportation is an integral foundational piece for that to come together. As a city, we've been very intentional about the region, and that doesn't happen overnight. The connection between regional transit and all other major plans, including land use, transportation, and economic development, took time to get there. So we're not just talking about one line of business. And I think it's a conversation really about, are we fully committed to a particular approach? And the grind that we're feeling right now is probably the same grind past councils have felt for a number of years on a variety of topics. And that's why it takes so long to get established. I'm also hopeful, though, based on my experience serving on board of Alberta municipalities, I've also seen Edmonton share a lot of issues and concerns with towns across the province, small and large, between rural and urban. And I think we can get there. And finally, this idea of value for money. I think there's a lot of misperceptions being perpetuated. For example, this notion of privatization, and based on everything I've heard and everything that's been presented, and the fact that a lot of the service could potentially be contracted back out to ETS to deliver because we have that track record and subject matter expertise. I'm having a hard time understanding how that's the same thing as privatization. But regardless, I think those are fair concerns and come from a place of fear of the unknown, which we all are. We are kind of fearing along with other municipalities, and no matter which side of the debate we're on. But I think this current decision point is a step towards greater certainty as it greenlights more conversations. In fact, it presents a better opportunity for us to talk about regional transit in much more concrete terms, including mandate for performance measures, for determining the negotiables and non-negotiables. And I've always supported regional transit. While I've been agnostic as to what the best mechanism is to get there, commission or not, I do believe at this point, given the information and conversations and perspectives, what is recommended in this motion are the most viable option moving forward. It's imperfect, but I'd rather we continue to take that collaborative approach to figure it out rather than writing it off entirely, and the consequence is too great.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, of course. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks to my colleagues for the conversation, to everyone who's been involved in this discussion. So I'm a huge believer in regional transit as a city planner. I know the value that that has, but I have to admit that I have been very skeptical of the commission model. But through these conversations, I've become convinced of the value proposition of regional collaboration and how this helps position Metro Edmonton for prosperity. I'm grateful to the other 7 municipalities who have shown their commitment and support to this vision, and I'm excited to support Edmonton's commitment to this as well. I understand that as things are starting when they're new, there's an element of needing to take a leap of faith. But I believe we have the governance tools to ensure that our city interests and objectives can be protected. And in fact, I think we've already seen that at play. The first plan that we saw a few months ago, for me, didn't hit the mark for what I wanted to see in a regional network. But it's clear to me, in terms of what's come forward to us now, that there is that feedback mechanism, that there is an opportunity for our concerns to be addressed. And illustrates to me the iterative way that we can work to strengthen this service with our regional partners. For me, this is very much a both and conversation. I support regional transit and also support continuing to invest in ETS as well. So I encourage my colleagues to support this and look forward to doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So there was a study done in 2015 that I think has actually influenced a lot of the work we in the city have done around GHG emissions. It was a study out of the U of A, and it broke up, it sort of sampled from 4 neighborhoods, core, mature, established and developing neighborhoods, and categorize the greenhouse gas emissions. It's a really good little study, but in developed and established neighborhoods, over 50% of the GHG emissions came from transportation, single occupancy vehicles. They excluded commercial vehicles, they excluded transit vehicles, and it painted, I think, a really compelling picture on what the long game is in investing in public transit. Because in most of the surrounding communities, we would categorize those communities as fitting into that established and developing neighborhood type, because you have to get in a vehicle, by and large, to get anywhere substantial in those communities. However, in mature and core communities, and especially core communities in Edmonton, where you do have really good, efficient access to transit, those GHG emissions fell to around 30%. And so if there is a long game in this for Edmonton, there are no borders around air. And when everyone can get around the city, around the region, with less impacts, we all benefit from that. But that's just one sort of thing that I look at when I look at that regional discussion. I look at what we heard about the impact on poverty, and that while Edmonton Global is looking at bringing wealth and investment into our region for the quote-unquote job creators, Regional transit is a way of investing in the labor market directly, because then they can get to those jobs that pay better than maybe what they have in the city. And it applies some compression to other employers in the city who no longer have a captive labor market, who then have to pay better than living wage in order to keep their labor and not have them go to other jobs. So those are a couple of reasons that I think I support this. Our long-term goals around land use planning as well. A compact and efficient city means a compact and efficient region. And good transit service helps knit that together. I know the relationship with the region is nascent. Not only, I think, has there been some historic strife between the people who sat around this table and our regional partners, but I think that for most of us, we're meeting a lot of folks for the first time, and we're starting to understand the complex relationship and needs in detail for the first time. And that takes, like any relationship, it takes time. And so I've heard some concerns about the fragility of those relationships. But we've also seen that before. When relationships are new, they're fragile. And it's incumbent upon us and the people who sit around not just this table, but those regional tables as well, to try and strengthen those relationships so we can have those tough conversations without concern that we will undermine those long-term goals that I think are fundamentally important to all of us. I think that I'll just reflect on a story I heard. I was waiting for a sandwich a couple of months ago, and while I was waiting, I heard an employee of a downtown sandwich shop remark that she was talking on the phone to a family member. She was from Spruce Grove, I think. And she was talking, it was dead of winter, and she was talking about how much she wanted to see her family. But given the price of fuel, given her own, I think, precarious financial situation, they never knew if they had enough gas to get out there. And I think when we're talking about the opportunity that regional transit presents, it's about removing barriers fundamentally, so that people don't have to have gas in the tank, so to speak, in order to be able to not just get to their jobs, but get to their lives. And in a city that has focused on livability and equity, I think that those are values I think each of us would like to carry forward. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So there's been, in my view, two sort of interweaving conversations that we've been having over the last couple of weeks about this. And one is the efficiency of delivering transit service to the city, and as a subset of that, delivering effective transit service to the region. And the other is that relationship with the region and with our municipal partners in that. And some of my colleagues have touched on this in speaking to this today, and the way I would put it is this, as sort of two data points. One is that with our last commuter survey, as I understand it, only 9% of peak hour trips are made with transit. Fully 91% are made by some other means, including walking or biking. And that leads, to the second, I think, more sort of anecdotal or perhaps, derogatory statement that, transit is something you take because you have to, not because you want to in Edmonton. And it's still kind of that way, it seems. And if that's true, then it is a service. And it's a service that is provided primarily to those that don't necessarily have the other means to move around. And we've heard that narrative through this conversation that by providing a solid and effective regional transit system, that allows those that are looking for more rewarding work that might be available out in the region can find their way to it. And it's been noted that by our colleagues at Edmonton Global that one of the things that comes up when they talk about foreign direct investment from those that don't live here about what they would need to bring their business here, to bring their organizations here, to invest in our region, is a regional transit system. It is one of the first questions that is asked. So we've talked a lot about that, about why regional transit is a very important thing, but there's been this sort of underlying concern about, is this the most effective way to do it, and what about the gaps in our own system? And then we talk about the relationship at the region. I can remember a time when, and a brief anecdote, when the City of Edmonton would not widen or expand 170th Street to St. Albert, because north of 137th Avenue, this is way before the Henday, the only people using that road were people that lived in St. Albert. And it seemed that at the time the city almost took particular glee in having people from St. Albert sit in their car when they're trying to get into Edmonton. And that is the cynicism that the region felt at the time. And it has been a journey to work against that cynicism. And over the last 2 terms, there's been considerable work in getting agreement to a growth plan, to a regional agriculture master plan, to support Edmonton Global, to talk about shared resources and shared utilities and other services. But I think this is, I said this earlier, that this is a bit of a litmus test as to whether Edmonton actually takes these relationships seriously. That they're not just policies, but they're actually, that the city is actually willing to invest perhaps disproportionately to prove the point that we are here for the long term and that we support the region and we're here to play a part. So I'm really encouraged by what I'm hearing today, that we're going to support this notion. That doesn't mean we don't have work to do with our own transit system, but maybe what it means is in establishing a relationship that the transit garage capacity that we don't have to enhance our transit system might be found in other places in the region. It might mean that we can more fully develop our waste management system, to have a regional waste management system and, you know, a bit more of a circular economy. It might mean other relationships and other agreements that, based on this, on Edmonton stepping up, perhaps as a bit of a leap of faith, perhaps as proving that we're going to put our money where our mouth is to support the region and be a partner in that relationship. This will have the knock-on effect that we want to see, not just in transit, not just in regional transit, but in all the things that will allow us to act like a more grown-up city region of cities, community of communities that we see in other places. So I'm going to support this, understanding that this is a conversation that will continue to evolve, that we're going to talk about what the actual dollar commitment is later this year, that we're going to talk about what phase 2 looks like later in this journey, but that for now, we are committed to making regional transit work for ourselves and for all of our partners. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We are at 3:36 in the middle of the break. Would people desire to carry on with this flow of debate? And then we take our break afterwards. We need to move to extend the order then, Madam Clerk.
You tell me what you'd like to do.
Yeah, let's finish it off and finish this item off, then we'll take our break. Can somebody move?
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Salvador, Councillor Councillor Tang, seconded.
Subsequent, so break and then do the subsequent.
Yes, we'll close the debate, then we'll break. Okay, or vote on this, then we'll do the subsequent later on. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you. It's carried. Okay, now over to Councillor Jans.
All right, just didn't want to be rude. Yeah, I want to express appreciation to all of the city staff who have put a lot of time and energy into this project, and previous councils who have been trying to wrestle with, sometimes it feels like the region is a bit of a board game, and you get out the rules and you're all sort of sitting around and reading it and being like, well, there's not even enough pieces on the board, and this, it says, you know, we're supposed to have a dice, but we actually just have a, you know, spinner, and it's just a complex mess, and I'm sensitive to that. But I'm also sensitive to my own fiduciary duty to the people of Edmonton and to the people of my ward. And when I think about what I heard during the election, I have neighborhoods in my ward that don't even have on-demand transit, and then others that do have on-demand transit but lost service and have places they want to go but they can't. And the philosophy of bus network redesign was start from strength, was layer onto the White Avenues, the West Edmonton malls, layer onto the high frequency trips where if we want clean air, it's looking at who are the most likely to get on the bus and start there first. And when I look at what is proposed here, initially it was a loss. Now it's a maintenance, but a higher cost. And I think about the opportunity cost with every single dollar that we have to decide. And frankly, it doesn't matter how we vote today, because even if it passes, it's going to come to fall budget and we'll have to debate whether it's an unfunded service package or not. And it's going to be ranked up against everything else from housing to waste to whatnot. So I maintain my concerns that is this plan and is this going to get us to fast, frequent, safe, accessible transit in Edmonton? And when I think about the 9% of people who are using transit and want to get that up to 11 or 18 or 28 or 29, you know, as we want to grow it, will this help us make transit more appealing? And for those folks who aren't going to use transit, what is the best investment that we can make to help alleviate congestion, to make driving safer? And again, I just come back to that whole philosophy of bus network redesign and how it's more important to, you know, given limited dollars, to start from strength and to invest in not even Edmonton, but nodes and corridors within Edmonton with greatest opportunity. So just an anecdote this morning, I was driving my kiddo to school, and the traffic from the U of A up to 87th Avenue was chock-a-block all the way down to around Whitemud, and as far as I could see, heading south of Whitemud. So all the way down 114th, all the way down Fox Drive, all the way along. And so I think about all of those riders right there who could be prime candidates for investment in ETS that we could get out of the car into a bus right now. And what do we need to do to that? So that's where I'm concerned. So yes, I agree. Air has no borders, air flows, but likewise, cleaner air in Edmonton benefits the entire region. So I still want to see regional collaboration. I'm prepared to, you know, pull the cord and get off the bus right now. But if my colleagues aren't, I still want to see more frequent bilateral agreements. I think about Sherwood Park. Just because Sherwood Park's not in the mix doesn't mean we aren't going to have a great relationship with Sherwood Park. We're going to continue to see Sherwood Park buses going up and down White Avenue every morning. There are ways that we can do this without paying for additional overhead, additional bureaucracy, additional FTE that are duplicating what we're already doing here. So we heard a lot in the election about efficiency of management and efficiency of staff and personnel. I worry that this move is contradictory to that. So yeah, I appreciate that some others here see this as a give, maybe that's my word, but maybe a give to a future better outcome for the region. And if that's the case, I think it's better that we have all of those conversations about regional growth plans and waste management and everything. Let's lock them down as one proposal together, because what we're voting on today is just about transit. And until everything else is, you know, solidified, coded, and done, it's just wishes and fishes, or I forget the Councillor Hamilton expression, something about Mrs. Wishes, something, yeah. So anyhow, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chance. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to start to say I spoke with many of my ward residents, and over the past couple of weeks, and ask for their thoughts on this regional transit concept. So from the message, what I heard right now, the concept of regional transit is generally supported by the residents and some of residents of my ward. Also, and it is seen as a relatively challenging decision as compared with the need for other city services at this moment. So that said, and we should still consider this proposal as it offers potential benefits. Some of benefits of this regional transit include making it easier for students to commute to university and offering a more housing option and for employees to assist employers and in attracting talent to Edmonton. I think this is another perspective I heard. Another benefit in the words of many of other residents, just to talk about our city's economic development, specifically related to how we can maintain that retention of our local business and attract more new business to our city. So according to the people I spoke with, there is another critical success factor is the routes would need to be express routes, and so that the commute times are on par with how long it would take to drive a car. If commuting through regional transit is slower than the commuting by car, and people with the means may not to drive rather than use this service. For this regional transit services provided, actually provide that express routes and to our services. As far as I say, since we have some good reasons to say yes and to this proposal, and we discussed lots. And we have some good reasons to say no to the proposal. And however, I think we should be guided, our decision should be guided by our long-term vision for our city. And specific to have a regional approach for supporting our city economy growth and recovery and further economic development, and provide that retaining attraction to local business, as I mentioned earlier. So if this phase one regional transit services proposal moves forward, which is I hope, I would like to suggest the performance target and for the service management, as I mentioned earlier, that performance measurement framework in place, actually to have that comprehensive data collected at end of phase one to demonstrate our service efficiency and also to demonstrate and how our readers' experience can support this new investment and from our city. So that is my point and for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Anyone else to speak? If not, I'll ask Councillor Hamilton to take the chair before I go to Councillor Knack.
I have the chair.
Thank you. I have been a firm believer in regional public transit system. I'm a former bus driver. I have seen the impact of not having an integrated, seamless system that serves our capital region. So I always believe that we need to build a system that will serve the region. I am also very cognizant of the fact that a lot of Edmontonians are struggling these days. They're making it's difficult for them to make ends meet. The high inflation is chipping into people's savings. People are spending more on food. People are spending more on housing. People are spending more on transportation. So what I'm looking for, or was looking for, will continue to look for, is most cost-effective way of delivering regional transit service. I don't think commission is the model to do that. But I accept and respect the fact that our regional partners would like to have a commission model to provide their service. As a good regional partner, I accept that. But Edmonton should not wear the undue burden of providing that service. And we will, unfortunately. But as partners, I'm willing to pay a little bit more. I'll give you an example. The 2 routes that will be under regional commission-based transit system running in the city, if ETS were to run those 2 transit system routes, we could have done that at a much more cost-effective way. I want everyone to know that commission model is going to cost us more. And we need to go that with open eyes, a clear understanding. I also believe that regional collaboration is necessary on transit to reduce emissions, to spur our economic growth, and to facilitate social mobility. But transit is not the only hindrance, or lack of regional transit is not the only hindrance for economic growth. We also need regional strong collaboration leadership on the reducing emissions in our region. We also need strong collaborative leadership on how we budget carbon, how we budget emissions in our region. Our region is moving in that direction, but it's not moving at a speed that we need to move at, recognizing the crisis that we're facing related to climate change. Our economic growth is also being hindered by the social issues that we're facing in the region. Our downtown, our Chinatown, 118th Avenue, 107th Avenue is experiencing houselessness, mental health, addictions crisis. It is not Edmonton's crisis, it's the region's crisis, because all those people, or part of the people, do come from the region. And we need region to step up to help on those issues. I'm willing to support this with full understanding that region will help us as well. If it's going to cost us more, then region will have to make sure that they're supporting us in a way that we're able to tackle other issues that are also costing a lot of money. So I am willing to support this. At this time, we'll see how things go in budget. I also want to make sure when the commission comes back in November that the additional cost related to debt repayment, base fee, and other allocations do not put undue burden on Edmonton taxpayers. And I'll look forward to that information. And until then, I wish you best to the commission folks, right? And but there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I'm willing to take the next step until that information is provided, and also the more better collaboration on the issues that I talked about. And with that, I'll go to Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I think back to when I first started on council, I really didn't spend any time thinking about the region at all. I never considered we should take time to connect with the other councils, to work on common challenges. I was just very honest. I was very focused on Edmonton first. That was, and what I didn't realize, and it took me time for myself to realize, was that by ignoring that work, I actually think I was doing a disservice to the people I was representing. I don't think I was getting the best overall benefit for them. And so then I think about the life before the regional growth plan. We had a plan that would have involved hundreds of acres of premium agricultural land that was going to be developed over, and that was going to cost us about $5 billion more to fund the infrastructure on that farmland. And with the new plan, that took a lot of time and a lot of hard work and a lot of compromise, that scenario is not happening anymore. And many of you have identified a number of other important areas that we still need to work on. And I think about climate change in particular because it is, in my mind, one of the most significant ones. And we know that Edmonton alone can't address this. If we want to move from a car-dependent region, that's going to take time, and it'll take alternatives like transit. And without regional transit, everyone is going to continue to drive, and one of the biggest causes of climate change will be unaddressed. We have to remember that even if everyone stopped driving here in Edmonton tomorrow, all of that traffic in the region would still have a very significant impact on our environment. And so when I look at the work of the committee that developed the Integrated Regional Transportation Master Plan, including some great work by Councillor Cartmel on that, it gives me hope that there's a clear understanding from this region that we can't keep building new ring roads and expect that somehow we're going to make moving through this region much easier. We've tried that before. I think we don't have to look much further than the Henday and see, how much has that actually sped up people's commute during rush hour. So that's why I'm really excited about this next step. Regional transit is not the only step required to ensure our region is financially and environmentally sustainable, but it is seen as one of what would be probably the easiest of a series of challenging discussions in the region. And I recognize that this is still a challenging step because it requires a bit of trust, that by working together for the betterment of the region, we'll be able to provide an even larger benefit to those we serve directly. Now that I've seen this work over the last 9 years, I really do trust our regional partners. I've seen it in the meetings that they are committed to creating more positive change for the people we serve. And as we are the largest municipality in the region, I think we need to lead by example. I think if we chose to exit, which thankfully it does not sound like we are going to do, I think we would have sent a clear message that we're not really interested in working together those much larger issues we've touched on. So I just want to cover a few of the specific concerns I heard. I think about some of the things I heard from the transit union and the impact to jobs, and I think we've heard quite clearly now in the last 2 weeks that the questions that we're actually going to have to go through ETS on this, which actually means at least the same amount, if not more jobs, not fewer jobs. I also appreciate the argument that it might be more cost-effective to have ETS do this directly. And we can make that same argument about the EMRB, Alberta municipalities, Edmonton Global, but we're also just talking about the upfront cost. And many of you have already raised that we invest money in a variety of initiatives, even though there's that upfront cost, because we know about the greater long-term benefits, the greater economic benefits that we get when we work together. And we know that the regional partners want to have a say in how we plan, and that's part of why this commission is really the only practical solution. The other point is, if we spend money here, what does that mean for local service? I know a couple of councillors have raised that, and I'll just share that I have viewed this as a both and. It is not just regional transit service investment, it is investing in our local service. That's what the commitment I made to when I supported the bus network redesign at the beginning. It is, for me, time to live up to my end of the bargain of finishing that work, and now also investing in that service. So it's not an either or for me. So I'm also aware that we need to do this to get transit to the level that it needs to be. And so I think the last comment that I'll have is that I actually don't view this decision before us today as one that might have some short-term benefits or we can't necessarily see it, but the long-term is there. This actually adds service hours to Edmonton. To me, that is clearly better service right now. Right off the bat, on day one, Edmontonians will see better service, and it's going to help strengthen the region as we've just talked about. To me, that is the fantastic outcome we're always looking for. We want that win-win, so I encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so we're going to take our break now, but I understand there are a number of subsequents. Can I get a sense how many subsequents are there? 2. And we have many other items on the agenda. And, as will of council members, but I would suggest that if there's a way to hold off on those subsequents, if there's other ways of bringing them forward, please consider that over the break, because we have we have another in-camera item that council would like to have some discussion on, right? So I cannot be here after 5 o'clock, so if other council members want to carry on, it's your will, but, so take a break now, please contemplate.
Sir, Mr. Mayor, if you're continuing beyond 5, it'd be extremely helpful so that we can do a shift change. And just friendly reminder, you still have item 7.7.
Yes, we do, yeah. If, I can't be back after 5.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we extend orders. That had been my understanding, so I've made arrangements. I think others have made arrangements. Maybe
I
admin.
don't know how we came to that understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Okay.
withdraw.
Okay, all right, so we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Before we talk about that, I do have a question on 9.1 and its timeliness, because I do worry if we don't extend orders. I know that,
That's why I'm suggesting that if you don't we will pause subsequent, we'll go to other items. If we have time, we'll come back to subsequents.
yeah, I don't think we're going to have time for 7.7 and, for 7, what is it, 7.7? And
7.7 needs a
9.1
decision.
by 5.
Well, it needs a decision, right? So, yeah. We need a decision on 7.7, we need a discussion on 9.1, and we have subsequents. So what I would suggest that when we come back, we go into private, talk about 9.1, I at least get a sense, then we can have some, maybe at next council, more fulsome discussion on that. Then we deal with 7.17, then if we have time, we deal with subsequent motions.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I can move that we move into private now. Does that help?
If I may, sorry, point of order.
Sorry, Councillor, Councillor Cartmel, sorry.
Having all kinds of internal process problems on that one. The question on the Clearview item was we did not get a chance to ask questions in private about the private attachment, which is why we didn't finish it at committee.
Okay.
So if we're going into private, there might be 2 discussions to have.
Okay, we'll go into private to talk about 9.1 and 7.7, right, Madam Clerk? You need you need to be specific to that, right? Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. So I will move that we bring forward item 9.1 as first item of business after the break.
Okay, please vote.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. We will, after that, we will need to bring this forward first. That, please display the votes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton, 7.7.
I will move that we make item 7.7. No, okay, never mind.
Can we've already brought an item forward. Can you just pass a motion to go in private for 7.7 and 9.1, please?
Okay, got it. Okay. Motion to go in private.
Yeah, I'll move we go in private for items 9.1 and 7, the
7.7.
private portion of 7.7.
Got it. Okay. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Rice. Please vote. Okay, display the votes, please.
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display that is carried. We'll be back at 4:15. Until that, we are on recess.
Knack? Wait, I can't do that to you. Who's the other runner? Go open the doors. Ready? Can you?
No falling, Andrew.
Some record this.
Oh, they've got it. Knack and Walters used to race.
Yeah, he fell. We don't need another trip.
Knack ran and damn near split his head open.
Yeah, he fell down the stairs. He remixed it. Horrible.
Can you imagine the blood that was everywhere?
Oh, that dome. That gorgeous dome. Cracked windshield.
Yeah. It would have been like somebody did the Harry Potter story. I didn't sleep for 3 days when you did that. When you tripped. I slept very well. Yeah, you almost slept forever that night.
Your head came this close to that corner. Like, that was.
That's why I didn't sleep.
I just like the remix. You put it to music.
We're good to go.
All right, we are back in public. Councillor Rutherford.
So on item 9.1, I'd like to make a motion to refer this item back to administration to incorporate the feedback provided in private and return to the October 3rd meeting with an update.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Great discussion, and we will look at a second draft, final draft, at our October 3rd meeting. Questions, comments, concerns? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display. And that is carried. Councillor Cartmell, do you have a motion on referral of item 7.7?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I will move that item 7.7 be postponed to the October 3rd City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Questions, comments, concerns on that postponement? Okay, please vote.
We have all the vote.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 11 to 1. Motions pending, none. Notices of motions and motions without customary notice, Councillor Knack, and then Councillor Stevenson.
Sure. So based on our transit discussion, I will move at the following council meeting that administration bring forward an assessment of the implementation of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission Phase 1 service plan with any relevant recommendations by Q4 2023. The assessment is to include a review of service efficiency and rider experience. Bullet point 2, that the mayor on behalf of council write a letter to the regional members of the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission stating that Edmonton is committed to the region and to the regional collaboration for Phase 1. And number 3, that administration create a draft mandate letter to be provided to the Edmonton representative on the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission that outlines clear expectations for consideration of Phase 2.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. At the next council meeting, I'll be moving that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2023-2026 budget deliberations for the Edmonton Transit Service Branch to add an airport express service from the Edmonton International Airport to downtown Edmonton.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other notices of motion? Not seeing any, we are adjourned.